came back to protest signs. But he still wakes up screaming in the middle of the night. Falls down upon his hands and knees, praying, God, won't you help me find peace of mind? That what I did was right. Back in 67, I was told to go and fight. Gave it all I had. Now all I wanna find is a country proud of a job I've done. Nobody knows. Is there something at home? Nobody knows. Nobody knows why she dances alone. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what she's running from. You can ask her to dance if you want, but you smile and just say no. Nobody knows why Don't talk about Texas or Amarillo skies. Don't talk about Houston or them Austin City nights. Don't talk about Galveston or sweet, sweet Abilene. Don't talk about Texas. Hey, mister, can I bum a ride? Anywhere you're gone, it's fine, as long as it's out of town. I could even fill your tank as a way that I can say thanks. I'm feeling kinda down. We can talk about anything that you want to, except one thing, mister, I'm begging you. Don't talk about Texas or Amarillo skies. Don't talk about Houston or them Austin City nights. Don't talk about Galveston or sweet, sweet Abilene. Don't talk about Texas. That's where she said goodbye to me. Well, I remember when she fell in love with me on that Corpus Christi beach. It felt so right. And I remember how her green eyes used to shine, and a taste on her sweet lips was like cherry wine. We can talk about any state that we've been through, except the one where I hitched this ride with you. But don't talk about Texas or Amarillo skies. Don't talk about Houston or them Austin City lights. Don't talk about Galveston or sweet, sweet Abilene. Don't talk about Texas. That's where she said goodbye to me. Maybe someday I might just go back and find the best love this cowboy ever had. Yeah. Don't talk about Texas or Amarillo skies. Don't talk about Houston or them Austin City lights. Don't talk about Galveston or sweet, sweet Abilene. Don't talk about Texas. So don't you talk about Texas price. Left home young and innocent, came back to protest signs. But he still wakes up screaming in the middle of the night. Falls down upon his hands and knees, praying, God, won't you help me find peace of mind? That what I did was right. Back in 67, I was told to go and fight. Give it all I had. Now all I wanna find is a country proud of a job I've done and a little peace of mind. Well, she didn't win no medal, Red Cross upon her sleeve. It was her life's mission, helping those in need. She can still see their faces, finds it hard to sleep sometimes, as she lifts her hands to heaven, praying, God, won't you let me find peace of mind? That what I did was right. After 9/11, I was asked to go and fight. I gave it all I had. Now all I wanna find is a country proud of a job I've done and a little peace of mind. So raise up your glasses and join me in a toast. I thank the man in heaven, there are those who gave the most. Be thankful for your freedom and the right to speak your mind. Just remember who you're hurting. When you hold that protest signs, give a peace of mind. Yeah. Oh, peace of mind. That what they did was right. After 9/11, she dances alone. No, nobody knows, nobody knows. Is there something at home? Nobody knows, nobody knows why she dances alone. No, nobody knows, nobody knows what she's running from. You can ask her to dance if you want, but you smile and just say no. Nobody knows why she Don't talk about Texas or Amarillo skies. Don't talk about Houston or them Austin City nights. Don't talk about Galveston or sweet, sweet Abilene. Don't talk about Texas. Hey, mister, can I bum a ride? Anywhere you're gone is fine, as long as it's price. Left home young and innocent, came back to protest signs. But he still wakes up screaming in the middle of the night. Falls down upon his hands and knees, praying, God, won't you help me find peace of mind? That what I did was right. Back in 67, I was told to go and fight. Gave it all I had. Now all I wanna find is a country proud of a job I've done and a little peace of mind. Well, she didn't win no medal, Red Cross upon her sleeve. It was her life's mission, helping those in need. She can still see their faces, finds it hard to sleep sometimes, as she lifts her hands to heaven, praying, God, won't you help me find peace of mind? That what I did was right. After 9/11, I was asked to go and fight. I gave it all I had. Now all I wanna find is a country proud of a job I've done and a little peace of mind. So raise up your glasses, join me in a toast.
One thing about being a pastor, I always get to be the opening act. So, hi there. I'm Pastor Dave Ranlett from Bosquen, New Hampshire, Bosquen Congregational, and let's join together now in asking the Lord to bless our time together today and to bless our nation and to bless Mr. Trump and Governor Pence. So let's go to prayer. Heavenly Father, you teach us in your word, if my people who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. We do humble ourselves and seek your face because our land at this time needs healing. We are a divided nation. There are many of us who reaffirm the very Judeo-Christian values and beliefs upon which our nation was founded. But there are others who would take our nation on an entirely different course, a course very different from the one set on by our forefathers. We pray asking you to make our nation one again, united in purpose and united in vision. Our land needs healing as many of us are struggling with stagnant jobs and stagnant wages. Families are struggling with high insurance premiums and high deductibles foisted upon us by our very own government. Heal our land by helping our people reap and enjoy the benefits of their labors again. Our land needs healing as we face dangers at home and abroad. Protect those in the armed services who strive to protect us. Amen. Protect those in law enforcement who strive to keep our neighbors safe. We pray your protection over our nation by making us safe again. Our land needs healing as we need new leaders, Father. We need leaders who will enforce our laws and stand by our Constitution. We need leaders committed to keeping our citizens safe and our boundaries protected. We need leaders who recognize that every life matters in the eyes of you, our Creator. We need leaders who recognize the family as the first of all institutions. We need leaders who will appoint jurists who will uphold our rights to worship you as we see fit. We need leaders who recognize that our obedience to you has been our safeguard. Our founders found freedom in your holy word and made a republic where we, the people, choose our leaders. This election year, perhaps more than ever, it is so important that the people choose wisely. We pray that you guide the hearts and minds of the people of our nation as we prepare to go to the polls. Bless Mr. Trump and Governor Pence. Give them your protection. Give them wisdom to do your will. Use them in the healing of our land and in making America great again. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen. It's now my honor to introduce to you Paul Chevalier, Inspector General Paul Chevalier, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good afternoon. You know, we have an opportunity now to open this meeting the way every public meeting in the United States should be opened, with a Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. If you please turn and face the rear wall, you'll see the large American flag there. Rendering the proper salute, please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please join me in welcoming Steve Stepanek, who is the campaign manager for Make America Great Again for Donald Trump.
So, how excited are you that Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States of America? When I first endorsed Donald Trump a mere 17 months ago, no one thought he had a chance. What the establishment didn't know, what the pundits didn't know, what the media didn't know, was that the American people, all of you, had had enough. Enough promises that were never kept. Enough lies, like you can keep your doctor if you like your doctor. You were looking for an outsider, a leader, a champion who would fight for you. 17 good qualified candidates started in June of last year. 12 hard months later, against all odds, Donald Trump emerged as the people's clear choice. Your choice to fight for you against the corrupt and failed policies of Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Our economy is barely growing. Your wages haven't grown in over 15 years. Clinton and Obama said, you can keep your doctor. You can't. They said health care costs would drop by $2,500. They didn't. They went up by over $4,000, and next year they just told us they're going up another 25%. Hillary Clinton and Obama think the economy is just great. It just needs to be tweaked a bit. What do you think? Do you want 4 more years of the last 8? Under Clinton and Obama, America is no longer the world leader it once was. The Middle East is in flames. Russia, seeing the weakness of our leaders, is emboldened to attack its neighbors. Red lines are drawn and then crossed with no consequences. Good Americans were murdered under Hillary Clinton's watch. And what does she say? At this point, what difference does it make? Americans never leave their people behind. Does this sound like an American? Does this sound like someone who should lead this great country? Obama just said, under his and Hillary Clinton's leadership, the world has never been safer. Do you feel safer? Our borders are a joke. Illegal immigrants, terrorists, and drugs are pouring into our country. Hillary Clinton said, I will solve the immigration problem where Obama failed. In the first 100 days, I will pass legislation to grant all illegal immigrants citizenship. Alarmingly, this will just open the doors for tens of millions of more illegals to flood our nation. In fact, it just came out that she's been telling people behind closed doors that she favors open borders. Will this solve the problem? Will this make you feel safer? What we need to do is build a wall and make America safe again. Who's going to build the wall? Who's going to pay for it? Over the next 4 years, at least 3 Supreme Court justices will be appointed by the next president. Donald Trump has put forth a pool of 11 highly qualified constitutional conservative individuals who will uphold the United States Constitution, not rewrite it. Hillary Clinton has not even talked about who she would nominate. She and the Democrats are first rewriting our Constitution. They will then go out shopping for judges who will do just that. Eliminate the First Amendment and replace it with politically correct speech. Eliminate the Second Amendment and make the entire nation a gun-free zone. They want to eliminate states' rights and replace it with the states have no rights. This is the dream of Hillary Clinton and the Democrats. All power in their hands, all decisions made by Washington and the Washington bureaucrats. You, the people, know nothing. They know everything. Is this what you want? We, as a nation, are at a crossroads. Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama have eroded the bedrock of what made this nation great. For the first time in history, we are going to leave our children and our grandchildren not with a nation that was better than what we were left, but with a nation that is broken and badly in need of repair. This may be our last opportunity to reclaim what we once had. We need someone who knows how to get things done. We need a leader. We need a champion, not another politically correct politician. We need to make America great again. We need Donald Trump. Donald Trump said at the Cleveland Convention that he will fight for us. He will fight for America. Let me ask all of you, will you fight for Donald Trump? Will you fight to save America? Because Donald Trump cannot do it alone. He cannot fight the left-leaning, biased media alone. He cannot fight the special interest groups who care nothing about you alone. He cannot fight the corrupt, lying, Democratic machine alone. He needs each and every one of you by his side, fighting to save America. We need all of you to go to donaldjtrump.com and sign up. There are Victory and Trump supporters throughout the audience who will sign you up. We also need you to get out and support the entire Republican ticket. When Donald Trump becomes president, he will need a Republican Senate and a Republican Congress to pass his judges and pass his agenda. So we have to get out and support not only Donald Trump, but the entire Republican ticket. And by God, please get out and vote for Chris Sununu as governor. I have been a state rep for 5 terms. 4 of those were under Democratic governors. We need a Republican in the corner office here in New Hampshire. We need thousands of you volunteering from now until November 8th. Cancel your plans, cancel your parties. Play hooky from work if you have to, but get out and fight and knock on doors. Donald Trump needs you to knock on doors. Donald Trump needs you to call your family, to call your friends, to call your neighbors and coworkers, and get them out to vote for Donald Trump. We need you to spread the word, and that word is, we need to make America great again. We need to elect Donald Trump as the next president of the United States of America. Thank you all, and now it's my great honor to introduce Paula Johnson, who is the chair of the Trump Women's Coalition here in New Hampshire.
Good afternoon, everyone, and how are you all today? First of all, I'm Paula Johnson. I'm the co-chair of the New Hampshire Women's Coalition for the Trump-Pence campaign. We only have 11 days left to go, and our campaign is proud of each and every one of you for helping out. I would just like the women to please turn around to the cameras and show them that we are women for Trump, and we're proud of it. Our ground game is the largest in New Hampshire in GOP history. To date, we have knocked on 75% more doors than in 2012. One of the reasons for our success in this election cycle is us women. And let it be known, it is the women who's going to put them over the finish line to be our next president of the United States. Our coalition is comprised of hundreds of women all over New Hampshire. While they share the same common bond of being granted status, they come from different backgrounds: mothers, daughters, wives, sisters, doctors, teachers, lawyers, and stay-at-home moms. We can't forget about our stay-at-home moms. I was one. While their background is diverse, their cause is the same. We want Donald Trump in the White House. If there is a war on women, it certainly isn't in New Hampshire. For over a year, our coalition has been building relationships, recruiting volunteers, and talking with voters in other communities about the issues that matters most to them. Our members have knocked on thousands of doors and spoke to thousands of people and changed thousands of minds. I've never seen such enthusiasm, and you can see the media, the enthusiasm of all these women in here. And I'm proud to be one of these women at 63 for Mr. Trump. And we have never seen so much enthusiasm in my entire life. This is more than just a campaign. This is a movement. A movement started by Donald Trump but finished by us. Make no mistake, because of our strong Granite State women, we will be successful on November 8th. There are only 2 weekends left until Election Day, and still, it's not too late for everyone who to make a difference. Will you be one of those people who will make a difference and not regret going out there and helping Donald Trump? We need to get him elected. Our team has been hosting huge volunteer pushes on Saturdays and Sundays. We need you to get involved today. Join me and hundreds of other Granite State women to help make America great again. God bless America, and God bless Mr. Trump, and thank you. It is my honor and privilege to introduce to you Senator Bob Smith.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you all for your patience. Mr. Trump will be here shortly, I promise. And I know. Listen, I was the senator that was defeated in 1996 and the first senator to take office after I was defeated. Do you remember that? They called the election against Mr. Richard Sweat, and after the votes were counted, guess what? I won. Polls don't matter. You know, actually, Dan Rather actually called me the next morning and he asked me what happened. I said, Dan, I don't know where you live, but up here in New Hampshire, we count the votes before we add the results. You know? Our job is to warm you up. I don't think you need too much warm up. I just gave an interview before I came up here to one of the media, and I said, I have never seen anything like the enthusiasm that I see here in New Hampshire. I'm telling you, it's unbelievable. And as you come in here tonight, as you came in here today, I hope, morning, it all runs together. You know, there's a breeze blowing across here, folks. It's in New Hampshire, it's in North Carolina, it's in Florida, it's in Utah, it's in Arizona, and it's blowing across the land, and we've had enough, and we're going to throw them out. We're going to throw them out, and Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States. Absolutely. You know, and I mean what I say, and I know what I mean. And let me tell you, you ever heard the expression, a new broom sweeps best? Doesn't have any dirt down in there. It's just a good old clean broom, and get that baby out and sweep it out. It may not be the exact analogy, but let's sweep out that damn swamp down there in Washington, D.C. A broom will work just fine. And if you want something to spur you on, if you want something to spur you on a little bit, not that you need it, think about this. On November the 9th, you click that TV on, and they're all up there like this. Oh, where are our analysts? Where are our pollsters? What happened? They ain't going to have a clue, folks, and Donald Trump's going to be the president-elect of the United States of America. Now, I thought that this might offend some of you, but I'm going to defend Hillary Clinton for one moment. Don't boo me yet. She used the term deplorable a little while ago. see it coming, but it's coming. Now there's another ship. There's another ship, and we're on it, and it's called the Mayflower. And everybody said, if you get on the Mayflower, that's a dangerous voyage. The winds are strong, and the weather's bad. You got Indians when you get there. You'll be lucky if you survive. The winter's cold. There's no food. You're going to be hungry. You're going to die. What happened? We founded the greatest country in the history of mankind, the United States of America. And our task, that's it. And our task to honor what those people did. They were kind of deplorable, remember? They got thrown out of their countries. They were, a bunch of haphazard bunch of people that weren't supposed to be any good. And there were even some Christians in there, God forbid, right? And they founded this great nation, and we owe it to them to save it. It's on our watch right now to save this United States of America, and we'll do it if we elect Donald Trump President of the United States of America. I can tell you, folks, the numbers are moving our way, absolutely. There's a movement out there that's just beyond belief. It's unbelievable. It is that wind that's blowing. And all you need to do is just concentrate on one or two people, three people that may be on the fence, and ask them to just consider. We have never elected a person that we knew was corrupt before they got to the White House. We've elected people who became corrupt, but have you ever elected one that we knew was corrupt? I mean, come on. This is our chance. This is our time. You're going to someday have to face your grandchildren, and this is important, folks, because we only go around once. And you want to make a difference? You really want to make a difference? Think about all the things you've accomplished in your lives, and I'm sure you've accomplished much. But think about this. You have one obligation, one chance, one opportunity to pass this nation on to your posterity, to your children and your grandchildren, in a better condition than you found her. And we can do that on November the 8th. So, anyway, we the people. So if you're for the Constitution and you're for conservative justices on the court who are not going to intrude into your privacy, and you're for, you name it. We can go down the list. I know you're not for open borders. She is. You've heard them all. You know what they are. This is it. It's on the line. November the 8th, Donald Trump wins. He cleans out the swamp. We start anew, and we will have saved the greatest country ever known to mankind. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. It's my privilege now to introduce the former governor of the state of New Hampshire, John Sununu. Now remember, those were the days when Governor Sununu was governor, when we had balanced budgets and we had surpluses. Gone are those days. Governor Sununu.
God, I hate to follow him. It takes about 4 minutes for me to adjust the microphone down to my height. You're great to turn out today. There's 11 days left. There's an old saying in basketball, nothing really happens until the last 2 minutes. In politics, nothing really happens in a lot of elections until the last 2 weeks. So Steve and Paula and Bob have got you all hepped up. That's good. I'm here to talk a little bit in the context of a homework assignment. And it's important for us to understand that we really are the most important pieces in a political equation. Yeah, there's ads and there's debates and all that, but when it comes to crunch time, it's up to us. Let me give you some talking points that are important, short-term talking points that are really critical as we do what we have to do in the next 11 days. I often get asked by the press, how can you support Donald Trump? And I tell them it's very easy. How can you not? Right. I tell them it's very easy. Hillary Clinton makes it very easy. Why does Hillary Clinton make it very easy? Because she's Hillary Clinton, first of all. But secondly, see, you guys have all my lines. But here's the kind of talking points I think you can use as we do our job to bring 2 or 3 or 4 of the more reluctant voters to our side of the table. Number 1, look at her most pandering policies. She's going to give away free college education. She's going to make health care for everybody under a single payer system. She's going to expand everything. She is going to put America on a path to socialism, a slippery slope to socialism, and this country does not want to go there. That's all real. And if you're talking to someone about it, and they say, oh, you're just saying that, remind them of the following. Her 2 favorite surrogates are, number 1, an avowed socialist by the name of Bernie Sanders, and number 2, an unavowed socialist by the name of Elizabeth Warren. They are in it together, and we can't take that. But there's more, and you all know it, but let me reinforce it. The last pile of emails that came out, unbelievable. 2 packages of information in there that we ought to drive home to our reluctant friends. Number 1, who knew that she was corrupt more than anyone else? Her own staff was worried about how corrupt she was. You look at what her staff was saying about her, the concerns they had. How do we clean this up? How do we fix this mess? Oh my God, she's gone too far. Her own staff. But number 2, they finally admitted that it was all about one thing: Bill Clinton, Inc. Unbelievable. This family has spent a lifetime, from the time they started in politics, to accrue personal wealth and personal power. Unbelievable. It is an addiction with them. You see it in what their own staff is saying. Why do they keep doing this, they ask. It is an addiction to corruption, self-aggrandizement, and personal wealth. We've got to remind people that when they were in the White House last time, they were evading, if you will, the legal charges on issues like her crapshoot success of picking 10 consecutive successful trades on the market, being used as a vehicle to slip a little money into her account. We remind you of Whitewater, where they were accused of doing things. Now we have the evidence on these kinds of things in their own emails, and we've got to remind our friends, our reluctant Republicans, reluctant independents, and Democrats who might want to vote Republican this time, but who haven't crossed over, you cannot put people like this back in the White House, and the proof of the pudding is in their own emails. We need Donald Trump and Mike Pence and a Republican Senate and a Republican Congress to provide change. Okay, let's talk about why we're here. We're here because we know there has to be change. There has to be change. Now let's stand back. What do you do in the last 10, 11 days of an election? You come together with those that should be part of our movement. You bring the reluctant ones in. You join hands even with those that may not have been completely enthusiastic, and you try and make the numbers as large as possible. I suggest to you there are 2 or 3% of Republicans out there and independents who still not have come across because we haven't worked hard to bring them in. Here's what we have to do. We have to make sure Donald Trump and Mike Pence get elected president. Number one. But a president alone cannot deliver change. We've got to understand that. A president alone cannot deliver change. What do we need? We need a Republican Senate. We've got to understand that. Whatever personal antagonism we may have for rhetoric in this campaign, there's no buts about it. We've got to elect Kelly Ayotte to the Senate to give Donald Trump a majority in the Senate so that he can do what we want him to do. Number 2, we need a Republican House. Frank Ginta and Jim Lawrence have got to go down there to provide the initiative on legislation, to get it to the Senate, to get it to the President, to give us change. It doesn't happen if we don't make all of that happen. And finally, this one's one of my favorites. We've got to make a change in New Hampshire. We have had 20 years of Democratic governors that have killed the New Hampshire advantage. They have sliced us to death in terms of what made us different. Can you imagine? When I was governor, we were sucking companies in from Massachusetts. It was a big problem for Massachusetts. Now what's happening? We have New Hampshire companies going to Massachusetts. Unbelievable. Our growth is flat. Our young people are leaving. We now have the oldest age population in the country. We've got to do something that keeps our kids here. There's one simple solution. A Republican governor by the name of Chris Sununu. By the way, he comes from good breeding stock. So here's the assignment. Here's the homework. There's about 1,500 of you here, almost 2,000. If every one of you added 2 more voters to show up and vote for Trump, to vote the Republican ticket, to vote for Chris, and so on, that's 4,000 more votes. That makes a difference. And if you're really good and get 4, you've picked up 8,000 votes as a group. We need it. We're not ahead in New Hampshire yet. We need your help. Be part of the solution. It's unbelievable how effective knocking on doors, making phone calls, and most importantly, depending on where you are in the age group, talking to your kids or talking to your grandmother and grandfather about how important it is for them to cast a vote for Donald Trump and Mike Pence. You've got to be part of the solution. It's nice to express your anger and cheer. It's nice to be upset. It's nice to want change, but it does not happen if you don't invest. Invest a little of your time, a little of your hard work, a little bit of the little embarrassment that sometimes goes when you try and talk to a neighbor that may not agree with you 100%. But we need it. We are not there. We need your help. The tide is moving, but it hasn't completely come across the barrier. So please, when you leave here, Think about what you can do in the next 11 days. Identify in your head as you drive home 2, 3, 4, 5, half a dozen targets. I'm going to talk to so-and-so. I'm going to remind them how bad Mrs. Clinton is. I'm going to point out to them that this country needs a change. I'm going to point out to them how Obamacare has screwed them financially. I'm going to point out to them how this country's national security has gone down the drain. I'm going to point out to them how this country needs a leader. I'm going to point out to them that they've got to vote for Pence, Trump, and the Republican ticket. So that's the assignment. You got to go out and talk, 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 talk. It's up to you. It's not up to anybody else. It's up to you. Let's go out and shock the hell out of them. Thank you very, very much.
I'm here to tell you very quickly that Donald Trump has just landed at Manchester, and he will be here directly. So a few more minutes, and we will have the next president of the United States right here at this podium.
But he paid a heavy price. Left home young and innocent, came back to protest signs. But he still wakes up screaming in the middle of the night. Falls down upon his hands and knees, praying, God, won't you help me find peace of mind? What I did was right. Back in '67, I was told to go and fight. Give it all I had. Now all I wanna find is a country proud of a job I've done and a little peace of mind. She didn't win no medal, sipping on a glass of house red wine. As the band begins to play, she's grooving, letting the music fill her soul. Nobody knows why she dances alone. No, nobody knows what she's running from. You can ask her to dance if you wanna, but you smile and just say no. Nobody knows why she dances alone. There's a million things that it could be, from broken hearts to broken dreams, or getting tired of being left out one more time. To tell you the truth, your guess is as good as mine. Nobody knows why she dances alone. No, nobody knows. Is there something at home? Nobody knows why she dances alone. No, nobody knows what she's running from. You can ask her to dance if you want, but you smile and just say no. Nobody knows why she dances alone. Nobody knows why she dances alone. Said nobody knows. talk about Texas or Amarillo skies. Don't talk about Houston or them Austin City nights. Don't talk about Galveston or sweet, sweet Abilene. Don't talk about Texas. Hey, mister, can I bum a ride? Anywhere you're gone is fine, as long as it's out of town. I could even fill your tank as a way that I can say thanks. I'm feeling kinda down. We can talk about anything that you want to, except one thing, mister, I'm begging you. Don't talk about Texas or Amarillo skies. Don't talk about Houston or them Austin City nights. Don't talk about Galveston or sweet, sweet Abilene. Don't talk about Texas. That's where she said goodbye to me. Well, I remember when she fell in love with me on that Corpus Christi beach. It felt so right. And I remember how her green eyes used to shine, and a taste on her sweet lips was like cherry wine. We can talk about any state that we've been through, except the one where I hitched this ride with you. Don't talk about Texas or Amarillo skies. Don't talk about Houston or them Austin City lights. Don't talk about Galveston or sweet, sweet Abilene. Don't talk about Texas. That's where she said goodbye to me. Maybe someday I might just go back and find the best love this cowboy ever had. Yeah. Don't talk about Texas or Amarillo skies. Don't talk about Houston or them Austin City lights. Don't talk about Galveston or sweet, sweet Abilene. Don't talk about Texas. So don't you talk about Texas or Amarillo skies. Don't talk about Houston or them Austin City lights. Don't talk about Galveston or sweet, sweet Abilene. Don't talk about Texas. That's where she said goodbye to me. That's where she said goodbye to me. Yeah.
Wow. Hey, Al. How you doing? Woo! Hey, this is unbelievable. Thank you so much for your patience. Unbelievable. And it's so good to be back up here in New Hampshire. We're going to win New Hampshire. We are going to win New Hampshire. I mean, to think, everybody knows, and Donald Trump's going to be here in a minute. We literally just came in, the weather and everything going on down there with airplanes at LaGuardia. Unbelievable. Thank God that Mike Pence and his family, everybody was safe. Yeah. Listen, I'm going to be very brief up here. This election
This election is for the heart and soul of the United States of America. And we have so much going on in the world today, so much going on in our country. And I will tell you, the reason why I'm standing here, because our country deserves the leadership of Donald Trump. This is a guy who could do far more, and he's decided to jump into this crazy thing that we have called our political system, because he sees our country going in the wrong direction, just like many of us. And he's going to get our country going back on the right track. So thank you very much. I love your shirt. Yeah. Exactly. Get going. I was once a deplorable, but I'm no longer a deplorable. I'm no longer irredeemable. I'm an American, and I love this country, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And you can get it going, too. USA, you bet. Exactly. You know, we have, and New Hampshire knows this, I mean, live free or die, right? I mean, God, I love that motto. I love that motto. I'm from a couple hours down the road here. I grew up in the state of Rhode Island, so I'm a fellow New Englander. I don't know how you feel, but I love our New England Patriots, man. Are they doing good right now? Wow. Shout out, right? Shout out for our Patriots. Unbelievable. So much going on. So much going on. I mean, when you think about our veterans and how our veterans are being treated, we have illegal immigrants in this country being treated better than our veterans. I mean, that has got to stop. Our military men and women, I would love our president to stop campaigning and start focusing on winning the war against radical Islamism. I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Our country is the greatest country in the history of the world, but we're not exercising the kinds of muscles that we used to exercise. And Donald Trump has seen that, and if he's also put his finger on something, and I believe, because the two big problems in this country is the bubble of Washington, D.C., and many out in Hollywood, and they don't appreciate the people in the rest of this country, and that includes New Hampshire. Donald Trump has put his finger on this deeply underappreciated, large body of people called Americans, and he cares deeply about this country and the direction that our country is going. So I would tell you exactly, I mean, for all of you, when we hear about things, and I'm a big fan of social media. I go crazy on social media. I love this. There's a new hashtag out there called hashtag MAGA3X. That's right. Hashtag, and for the millennials, you'll know this, hashtag MAGA3X. And what that means is that when you go to vote, grab 3 of your neighbors and take them with you. Get out and vote. Do not, exactly. I mean, I spent the better part of almost 3.5 decades of my life, and all of us know the sacrifice that the men and women for a couple of 100 years that sacrificed their lives to give us the privilege to be able to vote. So don't if you have decided what you're going to do, or your friends haven't decided, they're saying they're not going to vote, hey, grab them and remind them of the sacrifice that many have given for our right to vote. Our privilege. It's a privilege to vote. So get them out there. One of the other things that I like to talk about, One of the other things that I like to talk about is the men and women who serve in our law enforcement. And you have a bunch of them up here, and you got them out in the back. Yeah. You know, there is, show that flag. I love that flag. Exactly. Law and order. Vote Trump. He is the law and order president. I mean, he's going to be the president, and he's going to be the law and order president. That's what Donald Trump is going to be. And for all of you, again, you know, it's a real honor. I mean, we're seriously hustling. We're going to hustle around the country. I mean, I'm a guy with a lot of energy, believe me. I'm trying to stay up with another guy. I mean, Donald Trump is amazing. I mean, the guy's amazing. He is on fire. He is on fire right now, and the people of this country know it. You'll see in the coming days as all this madness about all these polls, and I'm not a poll watcher or a poll person, but I'm going to tell you, when somebody's waiting in line for 3 or 4 hours to vote, I guarantee you they're not waiting in 3 or 4 hours to vote for Hillary Clinton. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The level of corruption, the criminal behavior, all these things that are going on, I mean, it's just unbelievable what we're seeing in our country today. The corruption in Washington, D.C., and and what's happening? What is happening is the mainstream media, they have to begin to pay attention to what's going on. I mean, you have to be, if you're really talking about the trade craft that they have called journalism, it's at risk because there's a barrage against Donald Trump right now in the media. And it's unfair. It's absolutely unfair. I mean, if you're going to report both sides of the argument. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. That's what we want. Tell the truth. Period. If there's a couple of things that we are lacking in this country, we're lacking. I mean, it is just a huge, huge deficit of leadership in the United States of America today. Huge deficit of leadership. I mean, where's the leadership? I mean, God, there's so many things that are going on around the world. There's so many things going on in our country. And people just say, hey, where's the leadership? I mean, stand up, say something, and say it honestly. Be courageous. Show some intellectual courage out there on a daily basis. Honest to God. The other thing is this deficit of trust. The people, I mean, you can see it in the various surveys that are going on, and they've been like this for well over a year. I mean, just the lack of trust between the American people and their government. I mean, we cannot have that. If there's a lot of things that Donald Trump has been blamed for or talked about, his temperament, as an example, his temperament. Donald Trump has a temperament, and that temperament is one of winning. It is about winning, and we have got to get America back on track to start winning again. Winning at everything that we do, and he'll talk about some of that today. He'll talk about some of that. I will just say, because I love this part of the country. I'm from up here. I've been up in New Hampshire a lot over as a kid and doing a lot of things. I used to sneak up here for the because you had the Class 6, the liquor stores up here on Sundays that were open, the Blue Laws. I'm being honest, right? As a kid in high school, I will tell you that New Hampshire is a great state. New Hampshire is the number one state. It's sort of the leader in our political system. The leader in our political system. Exactly. And the one thing that you all ought to understand, because as Americans, I mean, and your motto, we actually live your motto, and that is live free or die. And we have had over a couple of hundred years of sacrifice to our country to uphold that motto. And I know that on the 8th of November, you're going to uphold that motto for Donald J. Trump to be the next president of the United States of America. Argue, debate, talk around your dinner table, at your houses, in your churches, wherever. But I'm going to tell you, get people out to vote. If there's anybody out there that says, I don't know, hey, you know what? People have sacrificed to earn that privilege for you to go and vote. Take responsibility for your country. That's what you have. That's what you have as an individual. You have as individuals, all of us are equal inside that voting booth. All of us are equal. Rich, poor, we're all equal. Take responsibility for this country. Take responsibility for the direction of this country. I'm standing up here because we are not going in the right direction right now. We can do far more. We can be a far greater country. And that's what Donald Trump, his vision about making America great again is so true. And you know what? And I love the fact that you're holding up your beautiful child. For many of you, that's right. For for many, and you all know this, people that are like my age and up, right? My age and older than me, we're going to go in there, we're going to hook and jab, we're going to fight, and we're going to do the things that we need to do. But what we know is we know it's really not necessarily for our age group. It's really for our children, my children, and our grandchildren. And I have several grandchildren. That's who it's about. It's about for that little boy right there. I mean, that little boy right there, that beautiful little child, this beautiful little girl right here. I mean, that's what this is about. Donald Trump is not running. He's not running for president for the next 4 years. He's running for the next 40 or for the next 400. I mean, if we let Hillary Clinton make decisions about the Supreme Court justices, that's for the next 40 or 50 years. I mean, we cannot have that. Our country, in these next couple of days, the next 11 days to make your big decision. And I'll tell you, a lot of people I know are still making that decision. Well, in New Hampshire, what we want is we want New Hampshire to come on big, because New Hampshire, like I said, has always been first in this system that we have, and you're going to show up on the 8th of November, and I know come across big time for Donald Trump. So thank you very much. Thank you for your patience, and we'll get Donald Trump out here, the next president of the United States, out here very soon. Okay, he'll be out here in a couple of minutes, so hang in there for just a few more minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We love New Hampshire, I can tell you that. I need to open with a very critical breaking news announcement. The FBI has just sent a letter to Congress informing them that they have discovered new emails pertaining to the former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's investigation and they are reopening the case into her criminal and illegal conduct that threatens the security of the United States of America. Hillary Clinton's corruption is on a scale we have never seen before. We must not let her take her criminal scheme into the Oval Office. I have great respect for the fact that the FBI and the Department of Justice are now willing to have the courage to right the horrible mistake that they made. This was a grave miscarriage of justice that the American people fully understood. And it is everybody's hope that it is about to be corrected. So that is a big announcement that I heard 10 minutes ago. And I guess, obviously, most of you folks have heard about. And in all fairness, for all of the people that have suffered for doing so much less, including just recently, 4-star General James Cartwright, General Petraeus, and many others, perhaps finally justice will be done. With that being said, the rest of my speech is going to be so boring. Should I even make the speech? We will talk about borders, right? We will talk about trade. We'll bring back our jobs. We'll strengthen our military. And let's get going, okay? I want to thank General Flynn. He's a great general, and I want to thank you for being here, General. Thank you very much. Just before General Flynn was going up, we heard this news. I said, General, get up there and keep them busy. We want to digest what just happened here. Thank you, General. In 11 days, we are going to win New Hampshire, the state of my first victory. And we are going to win back the White House. 75% of the American people think our country is on the wrong track, and we are going to fix it. We are going to get our country back on the right track, and very, very quickly. Real change begins with immediately repealing and replacing Obamacare, and that is big news. That is big news. We can't forget how big a news that is, okay? We can't lose track. It's a disaster, just like everything else in this administration. It has just been announced that Americans are going to experience another massive double-digit hike in Obamacare premiums, including a 116% premium hike to our very good friends in the great state of Arizona. Even Bill Clinton admitted Obamacare is the craziest thing in the world, where people wind up with their premiums doubled and their coverage cut in half. In Minnesota, where the premium increase will be almost 60%, the Democratic governor said the Affordable Care Act is no longer affordable. Jonathan Gruber, the architect of Obamacare, admitted it was all a fraud, and he said it was passed because of the stupidity of the American voter. Hey, we're doing a lot of good work, aren't we? We're catching all of these people. We're doing a good job. Jonathan Gruber, there's another. See, we didn't forget. I never forgot Jonathan Gruber. I said, you know, if I do this, we're going to run, and his name came up, and people forget after a week or two. I said, I'm never going to forget Jonathan Gruber, the architect of Obamacare, and what he said. So we didn't forget. Almost, can you imagine? It's like a little more than a week before the election. We didn't forget the name Jonathan Gruber. But the only real stupidity is that shown by our politicians who passed this monstrosity over the furious objection of certain politicians and the American voter. Job-killing Obamacare is just one more way the system is rigged. But with what I've just announced previously, it might not be as rigged as I thought. Right? Right? The FBI. I think they're going to right the ship, folks. I think they're going to right the ship. And they're going to save their great reputation by doing so. Hillary Clinton wants to double down on Obamacare, destroying American health care forever. She wants to expand Obamacare and make it even more expensive. I will repeal and replace Obamacare, and we will replace it with a much less expensive plan, and a plan that is much, much better. Just this year, Hillary Clinton declared Obamacare is one of the greatest accomplishments of President Obama, the Democratic Party, and our country. Well, that's turned out to be wrong. Do they do anything right? We don't win anymore. We don't do, you're going to have such a good time starting in 17. We're going to start winning again. We're going to start winning again. Because it's turned out, and I've been saying this from before it passed, Obamacare is a catastrophe beyond imagination. Insurers are leaving, doctors are quitting, companies are fleeing, workers' hours are being cut, part-time jobs are all over the place. Those beautiful full-time jobs that you used to have don't exist. And deductibles are through the roof. You don't get to use it. We don't get rid of Obamacare. We have no choice. But if we don't get rid of it, our health care system is gone forever. We'll never have another chance. And by the way, if we don't win this election, you're never going to have another chance either. That I can tell you. Never going to happen again. Repealing Obamacare is one of the single most important reasons we must win on November 8th. But real change also means getting rid of the corruption in Washington. And again, maybe that's happening. Wow. Yeah, big day. No, think of it. I won my first primary in New Hampshire, and I'm getting here, and the news this morning is this is bigger than Watergate. This is bigger than Watergate, in my opinion. This is bigger than Watergate. Hillary bleached and deleted 33,000 emails after receiving a congressional subpoena. That alone, to me, there were more serious things done. But how does it get much more? But that was so obvious. She gets the subpoena, and she bleaches and deletes 33,000 emails. That to me, because it was so simple. You know, it's not about the sale of the uranium that nobody knows what it means. I know what it means. To Russia. Then she talks to me about Russia. 20% of the uranium in our country to Russia. But you know, the deletion of 33,000 emails, boy, that just sort of is so out there. After receiving a subpoena from the United States Congress. She lied to Congress. She lied to the FBI. She made 13 phones disappear, some with a hammer. The Clinton crew gave more than $675,000 to the wife of the deputy director of the FBI and the man who was overseeing the investigation into Hillary's illegal server, but maybe now that takes care of itself. Right now, that takes care of itself. I think. Very proud that the FBI was willing to do this, actually. Really. Very proud. Just yesterday, we learned that Bill Clinton's right-hand man pushed for Clinton's foundation donors and other large corporations to funnel as much as $66 million in personal profit to Bill and Hillary Clinton. This man explained that the cozy relationship between his consulting firm, the foundation, and Clinton's personal income had helped Bill and Hillary enrich themselves and obtain in-kind services, including personal travel, hospitality, vacations, and the like. The same people paying Bill Clinton for speeches were lobbying Hillary Clinton at the same time. Man, these people are seriously corrupt. Terrible conflict. Hillary's pay-for-play included defense contracts. Take Raytheon. When the contractor wanted big foreign arms deals, they hired 3 lobbyists that raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Hillary's last campaign and are raising money for her current campaign. And by the way, 50-1 in ads, 50-1. And if you look at Florida, we're winning. Ohio, we're winning. Iowa, we're winning. Doing great in New Hampshire. I think we're going to have a tremendous victory in Pennsylvania. We better have a great victory in New Hampshire, please, okay? Give me a break. In fact, when this news of the FBI's investigation, when it just happened a little while ago, they said, Mr. Trump, I think they'd understand. We could skip your speech in New Hampshire. This is so big. I said, I don't have the courage to skip the speech in New Hampshire. Believe me, I don't have the courage. I'm not skipping New Hampshire. I never will. You know, when I won, and you remember, because I'd go around and we had the big rallies, and they said, oh, the big rallies will never work in New Hampshire. You have to sit down and have dinner with everybody. I said, that's a lot of dinners. They don't expect that. But you remember when we met, and I'd have a lot of small meetings too with people, would talk. And New Hampshire, more than any other place, taught me about drugs flowing into this country. And your police department, so great, the police departments in New Hampshire. They told me. I went to some, I became friendly with some. And I never knew, honestly, I knew it was bad. I never knew it was so bad. And I said to the people of New Hampshire, because more than any other place, you look at the beautiful little roadways and lakes and streams and everything's so beautiful, the trees. And you say, how can they have a drug problem here? It doesn't fit. But I'd sit down with groups and I said, what's your biggest problem? And I figured they'd say maybe the veterans, which are suffering greatly in this area. We understand that. But it was always, and we'll solve that problem. But it was always, you know what? It was always heroin. I say, heroin? What do you mean? And I learned so much. And I said to the people of New Hampshire that if I win, which I did with New Hampshire, if I win. And I also said, and if I go all the way, we are going to stop the inflow of drugs into New Hampshire and into our country 100%. And I gave the people of New Hampshire my pledge, more than anybody else in this case, because they really taught me about what's happening with the world of drugs pouring in. Hard to believe. It's just so strange when you look and you see the beauty of this place, and then you see that heroin and drugs are your number one problem, by far. Anyway, within months, these lobbyists sealed over $26 billion in foreign arms deals, including over $19 billion in Qatar, some people would say Qatar, which happened to be offered Bill Clinton $1 million as a birthday gift for a few minutes of FaceTime. $1 million. The lobbyists, one of whom was the sister-in-law to Hillary Clinton's current campaign chairman, received hundreds of thousands of dollars in fees. The contractor got billions of dollars in contracts, and Hillary Clinton got her campaign cash and money for her foundation. And you know, I'm putting up tremendous amounts of money. Today I wrote another check for $10 million. I'm spending money like crazy. I'll probably have over, maybe close to or over $100 million of my money spent on the campaign. But there's something nice about that. Unless I lose, in which case I say, what was that all about, right? But we're going to do what's right for you, not what's right for some contributor or specialist. Hillary put the office of the Secretary of State up for sale. And if she ever got the chance, believe me, she would put the office, and you know what office I'm talking about, the office called the Oval Office, up for sale too. I propose a contract with the American voter, which will end the corruption and give government back to our great people. I want the entire corrupt Washington establishment to hear and heed the words I'm about to say. And I never loved this expression, but now I love it because it's become the hottest expression. If we win on November 8th, we are going to Washington, D.C. when we win. Okay, when. And we are going to drain the swamp. At the core of my contract is my plan to bring back our jobs. You've been suffering with the jobs. The jobs have gone like candy being taken from a baby. New growth numbers just released put the average growth rate for this year at a disastrous 1.5%. If China goes down to 7 or 8% GDP, you know, it's like a national catastrophe. Last quarter, we were at 1%. Our job numbers last week were horrible. They were anemic, as the expression goes. They like to say anemic. That was the word they used. Obama is the first president in modern history not to have a single year of 3% growth. And they say it's hard because we're a large country. Well, India is a much larger country, and they're at 8%. China's at 7%, and China's not happy. So we're at around 1%, and we just keep going along. Just keep going along, losing our jobs to Mexico and every other place. 47 million Americans are on food stamps, and 45 million people, think of it, this is our country, are living in poverty. Meanwhile, our trade deficit with the world is now nearly $800 billion a year. You say, who negotiates these contracts? We're living through, it's true, Obama. It's true. You know, instead of campaigning for Hillary Clinton, he ought to be in the White House, in the Oval Office, negotiating trade deals, beating ISIS, taking care of our veterans, which he does not do. We're living through the greatest jobs theft in the history of the world. They're stealing our jobs. Greatest in the history of the world. New Hampshire has lost 1 in 3 manufacturing jobs since NAFTA, a deal signed by Bill Clinton and supported strongly by Hillary. We've lost 70,000 factories since China entered the World Trade Organization. Another Bill and Hillary disaster. The Trump administration will immediately begin negotiating, and we will start this negotiation so fast. We will start a negotiation on NAFTA, and if we don't get the deal we want, we will terminate NAFTA and get a much, much better trade deal. And I won't go into the details, but because they're different tax systems, they're under a VAT system and we're under our system. But because of the fact that they're under a much different tax system, the day the deal was signed, it was a defective deal with us having a massive, at least 17% disadvantage. So it's complicated. I'm not going to bother you or bore you with it, but we've been working with a defective deal for years. And nobody, no politician ever went back to renegotiate it. We're going to get it done, folks, so easily. If a company wants to fire their workers and go to Mexico or another country, and then they think they're going to ship their products back into the United States, we will charge them a tax of 35%. So when you think these companies, which right now are out there negotiating to leave here, they'll leave New Hampshire, they'll leave Pennsylvania, they're going to leave Ohio, they're going to leave all of these places, all of our great places and great states. And right now as we're talking, they're negotiating deals. Mexico is the 8th wonder of the world in terms of the new plants. A friend of mine builds plants, he's the biggest. He said the 8th wonder of the world, what's happening in Mexico. And I say, and I tell this to people, what about us? He said, not going to be. It's going to be the other way around. But there will be consequences. And you know, when they realize that they've got to now pay a tax and all of that to come through our very strong border, because it will be a strong border, with their product, you know what they're going to say? They're going to say, let's stay. We're not going to move. And they're going to stay. It's very simple. But the politicians don't want to do that because they're controlled. They're controlled by the people that give them their campaign contributions and probably other things. We will, does anybody know what I mean by that? Yeah. We will also stand up to Chinese currency manipulation, and we will stop the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We will become a rich nation again. But to be a rich nation, we must also be a safe nation. Hillary Clinton unleashed ISIS onto the world, and it has now spread into our country. There are right now 1,000 open ISIS investigations across the United States, more than at any time that we've ever had. Now Hillary wants to increase by 550% the massive number of Syrian refugees flowing into our country. That's over the Obama numbers, and those are thousands and thousands of people. A Trump administration will suspend the Syrian refugee program. And we'll help them with safe havens, and we'll get other countries over there like the Gulf states who have nothing but money. We have 20 trillion in debt. We'll get them to pay. They got to do their share. We'll lead it. We'll help. They'll pay, but you know what? We can't let people into this country that we don't know about. We don't know. Let me state this as clearly as I can. If I'm elected president, I am going to keep when we love New Hampshire. I love this place. I love this place. By the way, you know, we're leading in Florida. We're leading in all these places. The recent poll said we're 2 down in New Hampshire. You know what I said? I don't think so. I don't think so. These polls, these are called dirty polls. You know what that is. These are false. I don't think so. She comes up here, she has 4 people, and it's like, oh, we have a wonderful crowd. I don't think so. I think we're winning New Hampshire big. Okay, so we'll change it. When I'm elected president, I am going to keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country. The Trump administration will also secure and defend the borders of the United States. Boy, do you people have energy. You're great. People are great. Well, let's face it, it's been a long time, right? It's been a long time. You've been waiting a long time for the right person, but you do have energy. You know what's happening? A lot of these places. A lot of the different places, reports are coming out. They hate to write it, you know, the dishonest media, but people, by the way, great people. Oh, they're the worst. They're so dishonest. They are so dishonest, folks. But a lot of these reports coming out in the early voting states, people are coming up that have never voted. These are great Americans. These are great people, but they've just never seen anybody that they wanted to like. They've never heard people say, we're going to actually bring back your jobs. We're not going to let companies leave us and fire everybody and move and then let the product pour into our country with no tax. No, just go ahead. Leave, fire all our people, move to Mexico, make the product, sell your air conditioners. Carrier as an example. They're leaving. They might not leave. They're probably all about ready to change their mind, but and just let your product come right in. No tax, no nothing. I mean, how stupid is this? How stupid. And I'm a free trader, I'm a fair trader, but we have the wrong people represented. So what's happening is these lines in Florida are 4 blocks long. They would never like that. They've never seen anything like it. And in Tennessee, a great congressman, been there for 25 years, said to me, we have never seen anything like it. People are coming out that hadn't voted in years. People are coming out, they hadn't voted in years. So they're not polled because, unless you voted like in the last election, they don't want to poll you. So people are coming out that hadn't voted in years, happening in Texas. They haven't voted in years. And people that have never even voted, and yet they're great Americans. They just never saw somebody that they wanted to vote for. And they're coming out, and they've got the Trump shirt, and they've got the hat, they've got buttons all over the place. Now, who knows? Who knows? They may have all of the Trump stuff, and you never know. Maybe they're voting for crooked Hillary Clinton, but I don't think so, right? I don't think so. History has taught us that we don't think so. So I think we're doing great. And yes, on the border, we have no choice. We will build a wall, and Mexico will pay for the wall. Got to stop the drugs. Got to stop the drugs. Remember my pledge to everybody, but in particular to New Hampshire, because I know what you're going through with the drugs. I know what your incredible law enforcement, your police, and your fire departments, because I see where they're helping so much. Believe me, they're not spoken about. And how about where they're shooting during fires? They're shooting at the firemen. Now, this is a new phenomenon. They're shooting at firemen. They're shooting bullets at firemen going to fires and fighting fires. So we have a divided country, and we're going to make our country love again. We're going to bring it like this room. Countless Americans who have died in recent years would be alive today if not for the open border policies of this administration. This includes incredible Americans like 21-year-old Sarah Root. You've heard that story. You've seen it. You've read about it. The man who killed her arrived at the border, entered federal custody, and then was released into the United States community under the policies of this White House. He was released again and again after crime, and now is at large. Sarah graduated from college just the day before with a 4.0 grade average, top in her class. She was violently killed. Outstanding young woman. I know her parents are incredible. Also among the victims of Obama-Clinton open borders policy was Grant Ronebeck, a 21-year-old convenience store clerk in Mesa, Arizona. He was murdered by an illegal immigrant gang member previously convicted of burglary, who had also been released from federal custody. And so many people said, please, 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 don't release him. He's violent. And he shot Grant through the head. Another victim who we've all read about and known about, Kate Steinle, gunned down in the sanctuary city of San Francisco by an illegal immigrant. And this person was deported 5 previous times. And now he's got a good lawyer, and the case will go on and on and on. He's got a lawyer. I see them in court all the time. The case will go on and on. Shot in the back while standing with her father. Great parents, great brother. Then there is the case of 90-year-old Earl Olander, who was brutally beaten and left to bleed to death in his home. The perpetrators were illegal immigrants with criminal records a mile long, but who did not meet the Obama administration's priorities for removal. People begged that they be incarcerated or be moved out of the country, but our geniuses wouldn't listen. In California, a 64-year-old Air Force veteran, Marilyn Ferris, was sexually assaulted and beaten to death with a hammer. Her killer had been arrested on multiple occasions, but was never deported. People asked, please, please deport him. This is what happened. This is a crime wave that never ends. I can tell you, it's thousands of cases like this. When I'm president, believe me, it will end. Not only will a wall keep out the dangerous cartels and criminals, but will also keep out the drugs, remember New Hampshire, and the heroin poisoning our youth. Our youth is being poisoned before they get a chance to start. And by the way, I've met plenty of people in New Hampshire that are not our youth that have a tremendous problem. And I want to tell you, we're going to work with people. We're going to set up programs. We're going to try everything we can to get them unaddicted. Unaddicted. So as I said, when I won the New Hampshire primary, I promised the people of New Hampshire that we would stop drugs from pouring into your community, and I guarantee you we will. You will be so proud of your president. You will be so proud of your community. You will be so proud of it. I just want to say in closing that we have an amazing movement going on, a movement like they've never seen before, a movement that hopefully won't be stopped. We have a movement that the biggest people in the world of the media, the biggest, have said they've never seen anything like it before. Every crowd, every auditorium. The other night we had a situation, we had thousands and thousands of people, and I said to the fire marshal, isn't it possible to let more in? We had thousands of people in this massive field, and we had many thousands outside of the gates they wouldn't let in. And I said, couldn't we let them in? And they said, we can't. I said, but there's no fire, we're outside. He said, it's stampede, Mr. Trump, we're worried about a stampede. And it's a stampede of love. It's true. It's not a stampede. It's a stampede of love. Because there were so many people. They said, we have very strong security guards, but Mr. Trump, they're not nearly as strong as 45,000 people come charging for. So I fully understood it. But we have something going on that's so special. It's so special. We're going to reduce your taxes. We're going to simplify your taxes. We're going to make your businesses welcome in our country. Thank you. We're going to reduce the taxes for middle-income people. We call them the forgotten man and women. Greatly simplify your returns. The only company that I can think of that won't like us is H&R Block. They will not like us. They're not going to like Trump too much. But we'll greatly simplify your taxes. And your businesses, we're taking it from 35%, which is one of the highest in the world, just about the highest, down to one of the lowest in the world, 15%. We're getting rid of a lot of the regulations that are stopping growth. Tremendous amounts of regulations are killing your small businesses and your big business. So we're going to have a very tax-friendly country again. And it's going to mean jobs, it's going to mean expansion, it's going to mean new companies growing. We are going to create the border. We are going to stop the drugs. We're going to have people come into our country. We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in through a legal process. We want a lot of people to come in. And they're going to come in, but they'll come in legally. And we're going to streamline the process. People are waiting online now 10 years. We're going to streamline because we want people to come in, but we want them to come in legally. And we want merit, too. We want to take wonderful, we want people that love our country, they want to get out, and they want to do a great job. We want to have them also come in based on merit. A word you don't hear anymore. A word you don't hear anymore. It's too bad. We're also going to, very importantly, appoint justices to the Supreme Court who you can be proud of and who will respect the Constitution of the United States. We're going to save our Second Amendment, which is under unbelievable siege. We're going to help Big League on education. We're going to go with choice, so important. And we're going to terminate Common Core and bring education local. Our military is depleted. We are going to rebuild our military. We are going to lead through strength. And hopefully we're not going to have to use our military, but I will say this. ISIL, we're getting rid of ISIS. We are getting rid of ISIS. ISIS is, we have no choice. By the way, not since medieval times has anyone seen any chopping off of heads, drowning in steel cages, burying in sand. Not since medieval times. It all grew during the tenure of Obama and Hillary Clinton. ISIS, and you know, she stands up and she says what she's going to do. Well, she was there. It came out of the vacuum because we should have never gone to Iraq. But once we did, we should have gone out the right way, not the wrong way. And the way they went out was so bad, including giving back Mosul, which now they're fighting to take back. And it would have been nice, the element of surprise. Do we agree? Does anybody not agree? The element of surprise. We don't use the element of surprise. We use the element of tell them everything we can possibly tell them, give them plenty of time to get ready, and then attack. And it turns out to be a lot tougher than they ever thought. But we're going to have a country that you're going to be proud of again. We're going to have a president that hopefully you will be proud of. I will work so hard for every community. I'll be working very hard for the African American community, for the Hispanic community. I'll be working hard for every community. And we're going to have this divided nation come together. And I just want to say, we're going to make America strong again. We're going to make America, doesn't sound nice, but we have no choice, wealthy again. But we are going to make America great again. And I want to thank everybody in New Hampshire. Get out and vote. You're very special people. You are very, very special people. God bless you. Get out and vote. Thank you. Thank you, New Hampshire.